Hello, everyone. All right, we're ready to start. It is Sunday. That's it. It's Sunday. I don't know where I was supposed to go with that. Hello, Arctic. Hello, Ice Dave. And no Nuxup was taken. Okay. Why couldn't I read that? New look. What do you mean? I don't think so. All right. Good news if you're a file. We're going to work on the file system today. If you're not a file, you're lying. Everything is a file. The glasses? No, I have these. I always wear them. I just take them off because, I already have this. Holds my hair back. Thank you. All right. I'm a little not out of it, but like I don't have coffee today, so it's weird. It's weird as hell. Sunday afternoon without coffee. Something's not right. Besides my hair. Well, yeah, I'm having a hard time starting the stream. I don't know. All right. So yesterday I worked on a few things. I made several improvements to the best worst file system out there. No, not XFAT, FAT32. Good design, bad implementation. But despite their bad implementation, which actually I didn't have to deal with any BS from it the last couple days that I've been working on it. Despite that, I was able to write files and properly resize files in the disk because, of course, files can grow and shrink, and they need more or less space in memory, and they can be kind of fragmented. So I have that, and then I started looking into defining what my virtual file system looks like. And I was supposed to just... okay, that's something I did. I was supposed to just go through the code and find the different virtual file system modules, which are essentially folders, and then just map out the file system that way, but instead I decided to implement a proper file system browser, which I kind of wanted to remember what I wanted to work on today, so I added a bunch of these before I stopped working yesterday. So this is what I want to work on today. So mostly I want to improve this file browser that I made. This thing has like buttons that are like on my elbow, so I just keep... Is the microphone picking that up? I'm not sure. Probably is. Yeah, so one thing about the file browser, can't scroll. Even if we move down like this, it just goes out until eventually we come back. Also, you can navigate using backspace and enter to go to different directories, but this is just done with this, whereas I would want to have a proper stack structure for it. I want to be able to scroll, maybe give it a slightly better UI, Maybe be able to read hex files, because there are files that it won't be able to display properly. Which are small improvements that I want to make. So maybe I want to leave those for later and start with the last one of these. I really need some better software for managing tasks, because what do you mean I'm putting errors in my code? Anyway, as part of my file system, I created simple write and simple read, and also normal write and normal read. So in order to write or read to a file, what you do is you open the file. This will give you back a file descriptor, which actually you pass in, so it gives you a file descriptor. Then you read into the file descriptor. And you write using the file descriptor. The file descriptor is just an ID and some other information like cursor and whatnot. But the important relevant part is an ID, which means you need to open the file before you read or write. I also implemented simple read and simple write for operations that are just a single operation. So I can just do open and read and close, which by the way you're supposed to open, read, and close all in one operation. But that's not really how it works. I implemented it completely separate to not have to deal with opening, reading, and closing files. Which essentially means there's two ways of reading a file, there's two ways of writing a file, and I think a grand total of 0 system modules implement them the same way, or even implement both of them. I think most of them only implement one or the other. So I very much should unify them. Where simple read and simple write are specialized system calls, they should be open, read, close. So 3 syscalls, I guess. Or maybe not syscalls, but in the way that they're implemented. 1 syscall, 3 operations. That's probably the best way to do that. And if I do that, then I'm going to have to get rid of the concept of a simple read and simple write inside of the file system, but then I'll be able to handle them correctly. Because, for example, this directory theme and this random directory, they're really meant to be read from once. They're read-only directories. They're not really read-write. And you're only supposed to read from them once. Theme is used to get you like this color, this blue color, the text color that is white. It's supposed to give you that. I can hear the fans spin faster when I move the window around. And they stop when I release it. It's just the mouse button. It's making it go crazy. Even though nothing really happens until you release the click, I can hear them spin. There's nothing really happening at this moment. Like right now, I'm pressing... Interesting. It's so interesting. There it goes. Okay, so it's not just QEMU, it's an actual thing. Because when I press left click and middle click, which actually do something, then I hear them spin, even though I don't do anything. If I press right click, which does nothing, right click doesn't do a single thing, then they don't spin. I mean, they're always spinning, but like way slower. So that's interesting. All right. So again, I have a couple of proper engineering tasks to do. No, that's not it. Oh, I deleted the one that I... And then I have improvements to the file browser itself. So I'm actually going to start with the simple read, simple write thing. All right. So you can see that simple write is not implemented in most places. This is... I forgot /bin. Wait, do we have a /bin? Because there is a /bin. But I don't see it here. Am I not mounting this module? Do I use this module at all? I don't use this module at all. Why does it exist? There's a couple built-in commands to the system, which are these. They somewhat require privileges, like kernel privileges, and so there's no way to give those privileges to outside programs. They have to be bundled into the kernel. So these are built in. I find it kind of interesting that there's a module here that I haven't implemented at all. All right, so that should contain that. So maybe I'll implement it later. Yeah, simple write is implemented in the console. Not implemented in this partition.
JKFSDA followed your channel.
It's implemented here, but I'm not sure if I'm using it. I kind of need to look into that. I have a to-do for implementing it here. Simple write. But we can see in most places it's actually not implemented. Or where it is implemented, we'll find that normal write is not implemented. Which is exactly why I added this. Can we merge simple read, simple write? Simple write with write and simple read with read. That way I only have one. I don't have to deal with multiple ones of these. And I think it makes sense. The point of a simple read and simple write is very quickly just writing or reading from a file. So it makes sense for theme, actually, because theme is just, again, just gives you a bunch of colors. It literally gives you this structure. This thing here with 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. There's a little bit of padding there, but 21-ish bytes of memory. So you just want to read from that once. You don't need to write to it. You don't need to keep it open. So it's a very simple operation. But again, there's no reason why it should be done in a separate call. Right. So if I... All right, let me test something. They are actually syscalls. There's an actual simple read and simple write syscall, and I think I want to keep it that way, even though it's going to be doing 3 operations: open, read, and close, and open, write, and close. I'm still going to keep it as one syscall for the sake of expediency. You don't have to run it 3 times, 3 different commands. You just run one command. Okay, so this blue color actually comes from that syscall. So if I go to syscall and I find simple write, and I replace it with, hold on. This is one thing that I kind of don't like. Just came in from a pull request. all the arguments from a userland process are being copied into kernel memory, and then all the results are being copied into userland memory. It's also doing a bunch of checks. I wanted to do the checks but without copying, but I think that's not how it currently works. So it actually makes everything a little bit slower. You don't really notice it, but it does. I just want to see how you access these damn values. Copied. And then term is what exactly? Okay. That is very ugly code, I have to say. But actually, I'm better off not replacing it here and replacing it here instead. A simple write will no longer be doing all this shit. A simple read will no longer be doing all that. It'll simply be doing open file using a file descriptor that we're going to create. We're going to pass a path and a descriptor. We're then going to read from the file descriptor into the buffer using the size. What is your problem? No matching call. Right, it uses a char buffer. And then we're going to close the file with the descriptor. And we are going to save this as the result, which we're going to return. And a very similar thing is going to be done by write, except it's going to be write file using the file descriptor, char pointer to the buffer, and size. All right. So pretty sure most simple read, simple write operations are not gonna work, because where they would have worked, they're now using a function that will not work. So yeah, already this that was supposed to be blue doesn't show up. I didn't even have to open this. I forgot this color was also being taken from the theme. And now it's trying to access it not from this operation, well, not from this operation, but from this one, which doesn't exist, so it returns 0, so that's kind of an issue. Can we just put it here? No, we have to change the signature. But the path is actually not being used. And you don't really need any kind of valid file descriptor. But I can just do that. Am I the only one that finds these incredibly difficult to read, by the way? Like when it tells you like this function signature and then it's the entire function signature, which is very hard to read, does not match this other function signature. And especially when there's a very slight change, it's kind of hard to see the difference. All right. So I think for this theme, still doesn't work. Right, opening files also doesn't work. I have to say, it complicates things a lot. Having to implement 3 functions just to do one. But then again, it kind of makes sense. Hold on. The thing is, I'm not even checking if you can open the file or not. I literally couldn't care less if you can open the file or not. But if you can't open the file, it doesn't do anything, so... alright. I'm trying to copy from here. Do I even need to do any of this? Probably not, but... Alright. Hello, Yasuke. Yasuke. Alright, so this returns an fs result, and you return... It's called open theme. It takes a const char path and a file descriptor, which you then fill out like... Oh, I could have just copied the entire thing. I didn't realize I already copied this function signature as well. And the size of this is going to be the size of a system theme t. So that should open the file. We can now read the file. We can't write to the file. That's not a thing that you can do. And this is back. All right. I have to say, it's not exactly the cleanest solution. Not entirely sure how I feel about it. But yeah, it can stay. Thing is, anywhere else that I implemented... Let me get rid of each at a time. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this folder, Files, and System Module. If it works, it works. That's true. The thing is that it also used to work before. But it was just two different functions that can be merged into one. But is this the best way to do it? Like, yeah, you want to very easily be able to read from a file. That you know you only read the entire file. That's the entire point of /theme. But what if you want to do anything else? What if you want to keep it open? What if you want to... whatever. Whatever, never mind. I think this is the way to go anyway. Alright, so we're going to get rid of each at a time. Oh, so it turns out write is used by this. Alright, so reload theme. You're going to change your signature to this. I already ran into an issue. Alright, so this reload the theme function expected you to call /theme/reload, and what do you know? It reloads the theme. But now, can't really do that anymore. Not so simple anymore, because all I needed to do was call simple write, and then just be like, hey, does the path match this thing? Cool. Now I have to make it a lot more complicated. When you open the theme, I have to keep track of what you were trying to do. The kind of file that it is. I have to keep track of that. And if I have to keep track of that, that means a lot more extra logic to keep track of what kind of file it is, which right now we didn't have. So that makes it more complicated, but honestly, what can I do about it? I'm not sure that I can do anything about it. I just have to either make it more complicated or keep it how it was. Okay, yeah, I think I have to make it more complicated if I want to. Thing is, I kind of need to create something that I have already kind of been working on a little bit. In the temp directory, I have a little prototype of this, so maybe after I'm done with this, I can work on that a little bit and get it to work properly, which is to define what a directory looks like entirely in code. Not by creating folders or anything like that, no installation or setup process like that, just to show how it looks. File system temp fs. This is what it looks like. These are all the folders that it has, and well, all the folders, all the files that it has. Here, when you initialize the module, the TMP module, it automatically creates a file called this. It indicates that it's a virtual file, that it's a file, and it actually creates some data to hold a file. So it's really that simple. I could expand this a little bit more to do what the /reload thing was doing. And then I don't manually have to keep track of, hey, this file that was opened was supposed to be /theme, so it's supposed to just show you what the theme looks like. Oh, this one is supposed to be /reload, so it's a command. Right, so I don't want that. I think for the time being, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to get rid of the simple write, simple read functions. And then, yes, it will introduce some extra complexity. But with that system, it will actually just reduce the extra complexity once again. Which essentially just means, for the time being, anything that you write to this directory will reload your theme. It was supposed to be theme reload. Now you can write to this, you can write to this, you can write to whatever you want. Whenever I mash the keyboard, it takes several seconds for Z to respond to that, by the way. You can write to this, and that will reload your theme, because we're not checking in any way what it is that you're doing. Essentially, I'm getting rid of the concept of actual files within this file system module, but hopefully I'll be able to introduce it soon with what I'm doing here. All right, and again, one of these unreadable things. It's supposed to be a const char. We good? We're still not good. Well, besides the fact that it's there twice. And then you want a file offset. Now we're good. All right. So any read operation going to /theme will go to this function. There's no checking whatsoever. And any read operation, no matter where you go, will go here. Yeah, it's kind of supposed to be compatible with Raspberry Pi, but she and I are not talking to each other right now, so yeah, I have to wait a little bit. Yeah, it has partial compatibility with Raspberry Pi. Let's call it that. All right, that one was easy. We already didn't have it implemented, so easy to just get rid of it. What is your problem? Right, get rid of that. And this. Wait, I love C++ because I already know that I'm going to be deprecating this function, so I could just remove it, right? Except means that this is an error because I haven't filled in that property. Bro, the value is 0. The value is just 0. Like, take a hint. But no, I'm supposed to remove them one by one. I know they doubled in price, but that's not exactly because they're dead. It's because all of computing is inaccessible because of a specific reason. Alright, so now I have to do that, what I just did for every single module out there. Which, by the way, still wondering why I made this module and haven't used it, but alright, we'll maybe want to implement this one as well. There's that. Okay, console KIO. See, this one implements console write and console write and console read. It also implements simple write, but no simple read. You can just get rid of simple console write, which internally just calls console write, and this one also internally calls console write. So, see, these are the kinds of hacks that I was doing to be able to get this to work. So now we can just have a single function for this. Right, this becomes that. We get rid of that. And we get rid of these two functions. And we get rid of that. And oh, I see. Well, no, then let's not do that. Let's instead just get rid of this function that's no longer being used. Simple. I don't think they're gonna be dead. It's just people won't be able to buy them all that often. Then eventually prices will go down because, yeah, AI is not really long for this world. So, by the way, this technically is another thing that I should mount into a module. This is a kind of very weird file system that QEMU provides at /etc. So that's kind of very weird, but it's used for the GPU. My full-time job is app development. The RAM-FB GPU, the one that I use the most, uses this file system. So maybe I should mount it, but it's not really much of a point to it. Alright, graphics. Pretty sure there is a module here, but like, yeah, graphics module. But it doesn't really, first off, doesn't get defined in here, and second, doesn't really do anything. Input, there is a module here. Not sure if the module is defined here, though. It is not. And also, you can't do anything with it. Mailbox, we're good. Memory, we're good. Networking, pretty sure that module doesn't work right now. PCI, we're good. Process, okay, this is gonna complain about. Okay. Right, this is for loading modules because processes can actually load their own modules. Only normal processes can do it. Kernel processes can do it, I mean. So we can just get rid of that preemptively. But there's no changes to be made here. Okay, random. That's interesting. Apparently I put random in its own module. Like, there's a modules folder here that divides drivers for the Raspberry Pi and for the Vert QEMU machine. Apparently this is defined there, meaning it's not shared between. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. So right now, RNG just relies on its own little implementation, completely software made. But since both Vert and Raspberry Pi have cryptographically secure number generators, I can eventually use those. So that's why I moved it in here, so I can create drivers for those specific devices. AWS is making it sound like it when they announced S3 storage now is a file system? They said that? It's just a storage thing. Launching S3 files, making S3 buckets accessible as file systems. Oh wait, that's actually interesting.
Launching S3 file.
How embarrassing is it that your AI can't even say your product's name correctly? I'm excited to know who's I'm. Oh, Sebastian. Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Jester doesn't like Sebastian. He just grunted. He's there, by the way, in case it's hard to see sometimes. A new file system that seamlessly connects any AWS compute resource with a Amazon Simple Storage Service, Amazon S3. Or S3, as this thing called it. That can be interesting, actually. It uses the Amazon Elastic File System and delivers roughly 1 millisecond latencies for active data. I feel like AWS is super over-engineered. Then again, they have some very big customers, so it kind of makes sense. But like, essentially just allows you to access files, and I'm assuming also write files maybe, which for anything professional, you feel like you probably need a better solution. But for something simple, you can use it. I'm not sure how this was handled before. Like, S3 is essentially just storage. That's literally what it is, just storage. I guess this just gives you more access over what you store and allows you to store stuff like kind of dynamically, maybe? Yeah, I'm not sure about the actual use cases for this. The few times that I have used S3 is just to host like a perfectly static website, for example, where it's literally just HTML and the CSS and maybe a little bit of JavaScript. So long as it's that and there's no actual code running, it just sends data to the user's browser. You can use that to host. And that's pretty much what I've used it for. No, I think even for streaming, you would want to have something a little bit more specialized towards that. I think really the use case for this would be to store files easily. Like, I don't know, you can upload pictures to a service and they just get uploaded there. But like nothing super professional, nothing that can be used by millions of people essentially, because you can probably have a better solution with one of these products probably. I don't even have to read. You can stream your resources. Well then yes. Again, nothing super professional, but if that's the case, then not seeing anything about streaming resources though. Let's see what the comments are saying. God, imagine what the comments look like on a AWS blog post. Can I use it for databases as well? Alright, that's troubleshooting. How to use this with my own computer, which is not an AWS VPC. Please add S3 file integration to file system of agent core runtime. S3FS is a project that has existed for a very long time and it lets you do exactly the same things. Yeah, so pretty much just lets you, at least this one, lets you access your S3 bucket via your normal computer. So if that comment is right, then that's pretty much what it does. And again, it's not like you're going to get some incredible performance, but you're going to be able to access your files. So that's kind of convenient. S3, again, is not exactly the most feature-rich product that they have. It's just a very basic kind of thing for just casual storage of files. At least that's how I used it. I don't fucking remember. And it's not like I do web, so. Okay, am I done? Am I done with all my modules? That cannot possibly be right. There's audio. Alright. So there's an audio module for Raspberry Pi, but it doesn't do anything because there's no audio driver. Then there's an audio module for this, which has read and write, but only with normal read and write, so we're good. And it's C++, so I need to leave this. So I'm removing one, then the other. Alright, disk. Get rid of those. There's no simple read or write. There's also no read or write to disk, so that would be kind of dumb if I had that. Okay, and also here, pretty sure. Simple read out. I mean, simple write out. What about graphics? No, I think we're good. Or, yeah, there's a graph. Not sure why I wanted to implement the read and write for that. I left a comment saying to implement this, but like, what's the point of that? Stat 2. Why would I add stat to this? There's no reason. There's no file. You can't open a file, you can't read a file, write a file, close a file. Why would you be able to stat a file? That doesn't make any sense. Are we writing drivers from scratch? Yes. Not really. Because the only driver that I still have left to... Well, I still have a few left to write. Especially for the Raspberry Pi, I need to write audio and network modules. But before that, I'm trying to get PCIe, and god damn, it's such a pain in the ass. So they cannot be bothered. What's the problem? Missing field truncate. Oh, truncate this. This is so ridiculous. Where do you want this field? It's not in the right order. It's not in the right order. Fuck off. There we go. Alright, so it makes me wonder, this is for the Raspberry Pi, that's... Okay, so this is not getting compiled, that's why I didn't get an error before. If I try to run this for the Raspberry Pi, it will... fail. My issue with... Oh, this is a C file, so we can actually skip an initializer that does nothing. That's cool. The issue with this driver specifically is that there's no documentation. Zero documentation. And I got to the point where it feels like I'm doing a lot of stuff like I was already doing, and it's not really working. And I'm not sure exactly where to turn to look at why is it not working. It's not like you get error messages when you're writing that, so usually I had either a spec or some other resource. With this one, I have like the Linux code, U-boot, and circle, all of which are borderline unreadable. So, not much of a point to doing that right now. There should be a UART driver, I'm pretty sure. No, there isn't. There's a USB driver, right? No, there isn't. Not here, anyway. Here? Yeah. There's a USB driver. All right. Okay, that should be all. Let me see if I missed anything. Yep. Common random. Oh, I forgot about random. So this goes, and simple read goes as well. Networking, network. There. We good? We good. All right. So we don't have simple read anymore, simple write anymore, and I was only using that in 2 places, so it was easy to get rid of it. But what about simple read? There are a few places where I've implemented it, but honestly, not that many. So it won't be too complicated to get rid of that too. All right, so we're going to go into the system modules, and we're going to get rid of this function as well. And then we're going to go anywhere that we have sread implemented. Well, first we're going to go to the places that it's not implemented. We're just going to remove it from there, finally. Oop, 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 oop. It's a lot fewer than you would think. That leaves me only with this one. The question is, are these functions implemented at all? Read, write, open. Alright, because there's one more place that I need to remove them. And that's actually the file system driver for physical file systems. Physical being a strong word, but whatever. Simple write. Get out. There's no simple read. Oh, there it is. I see it. Alright, so get rid of those. Ah, okay, the problem is with these. Simple read, simple write. Okay, you're out. And what they were doing is literally simple read, simple write. Implemented the old-fashioned way. So they're easy to get rid of. They're just doing the exact same thing that simple write was doing, but oh, these were not doing anything that they had to do. That's perfect. Boom. No longer to do. To Z from NeoVim. You can use it in NeoVim mode, I think. You can use it in Vim mode. Just, why would you fucking do this to yourself? Does the... Oh, the thingy actually works. The mouse actually works. Actual NeoVim could never. Alright, let's do a little experiment. See how long I last in NeoVim mode before I crash out and go back to normal sane mode. Alright, so we're going to be testing that. Before that, though, simple read was literally only implemented in the theme. So it was that easy to get rid of him. Alright. And now, if I go to /theme, binary file preview not supported. Good, so I'm actually reading from the file. And what about random? Nothing happens at random. Everything happens for a reason. Which is, by the way, the most meaningless sentence ever if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. But okay, here we are at random. You can open a file, you can read a file. It just keeps a random file ID. So every time you open a file, it actually gives you a new file. And then it fills data. So why are you not doing that? That's kind of interesting. I would have expected it to read data, but like to show the same error of like a binary data not supported. But instead it just shows this, which by the way, I don't even remember writing that message. Binary file preview not supported. If no text. That's clever. All right. Damn. You can tell I haven't had coffee because I'm yawning non-stop. All right. Well, that was a lot of nothing because all I did was essentially remove some functions that were mostly not implemented. But hey, I reduced the amount of to-dos in the system by a lot. We're now at 129. So, wait, not even. I have other projects open here. A game. I have a game engine. Another library. I have this one open twice technically because it's open in here and the one that was there. And this one doesn't have any to-dos, but still. Holy shit, 79? When I started streaming in like July or August, it was 79. It then ballooned up to like 1,000,000 and now it's back to 79. Shocking. Okay. Well, I'll be back in 3 minutes. There's an ad break, and then I'm gonna move on to the next thing. Okay, here we are. Okay. So I'm in NeoVim mode. I haven't written any code since I enabled it. So far so good. However, don't expect that to last long. I'm gonna write some actual code now. I just all I did was just delete two functions essentially, and unify them. So not a whole lot going on. I have to go into insert mode in this damn thing, in the literally the first keystroke I type. I already having issues with this thing. Why do I have to type? Why do I have to use insert mode in this? I thought it would only apply to this, not to the entire damn thing. Anyway. And the best part about that is... well, the error message, I actually need to copy real quick. Not the error message, the commit message, because same yep session goes in here as well. Do you have control over YouTube ads? Not really. Alright, I can paste with middle click, so that's nice. That's one thing that I really wish Apple would add to Mac. It would make a Mac perfect if they added that feature. There. Yeah, the cool thing about simple read and simple write being removed is the syscalls are still there. With one syscall, you get one interruption of your program, which opens, does whatever operation you want it, and then closes a file, instead of 3, which is what you would normally need. Again, it could possibly be optimized further because certain files you want to make them like kind of work in a simple manner. Some of them are just... wait, I just realized I committed this. Some of them you just write, just the write operation itself is all you need to do, not actually write any important data. But I just realized I committed this part that I shouldn't have. My little to-do list for today. Ah, fucking hell. NeoVim mode. There. Alright. So that leads me to the next task. This. I want to implement a stack type. So a data structure that allows me to, that works like a stack. What up? Half awake, half asleep. Mostly half asleep. Those two things that are directories and files, these two, are actually stacks. They're using static arrays with a counter and a hard-coded maximum number, which is, by the way, why yesterday it wasn't working too well. This used to be 16. There were more than 16 files, so it would kind of just like stop halfway through. Ideally, I want it to be not like that. There shouldn't be any kind of limit to it. So I can implement a type for that. And so to test out this new type, I'm bringing the files actually to 5. You can only display 5 files at a time. Right, if I go to my file browser right now, great job, buddy. Wait, the funniest part is there's a limit. And the limit is hard-coded poorly, so I have to change it in a bunch of places. Otherwise, it's just gonna overflow the array and nobody's gonna notice. What the Bro. Okay. How long was that? Last ad was about 10 minutes ago, and I'm already switching away from NeoVim mode. Because what do you mean Control S doesn't... You have to type a command to save your file, bro. It's so intuitive, but at least I save 0.01 seconds to move my hand over to the mouse. Anyway, there it is. There it is. So I'm artificially limiting it to 5, so I can create a data structure that fixes the problem. I think I'm going to make it in the tech industry. I'm creating the problem and then selling you the solution. Make me a billionaire already. What are you waiting for? Alright. Funnily enough, I have a data structure that, at least in one place, whenever I needed something that was stack-like, I used this data structure because it was helpful. I think it was in my compiler. It's not really a data structure meant for a stack, but it is helpful, so it would be nice to use it as a backing for the stack. And that is the chunk array. It is essentially chunks of continuous memory that are used to hold data. Chunk array, here it is. And I'm pretty sure I actually added a... There's a reset functionality to it, which essentially just empties it out. Well, it doesn't actually empty out the array. It's literally an array like this one. So all it does is just reduce this number to 0. And the data that was here stays here, but it gets overwritten next time. But I'm pretty sure I also added a... I'm a little surprised to not see it. I thought I added something to remove elements, individual elements. So like, oh, here it is, pop. Okay, I hadn't seen it, pop. Removes an element. Does it return the same element? Can you, This isn't super accurate. Because what pop does is it removes the last element of the array, essentially treating it like a stack. So that's convenient. But it returns you a pointer to the item. Again, because all it does is just decrement the index. The item is still there, but it's going to get overwritten next time. So, yeah, this pointer is valid, but it won't be for long. So, kind of not meant to rely on this pop function a whole lot. I want to see, I know I implemented it in my compiler, so I want to see how I implemented it. I didn't.
Anonymous gifted 1 subscriptions.
C sucks. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted sub. And welcome, C sucks. I hope I can change your mind, apparently. I'm surprised to not see where I'm using the... I should be using a chunk array here. Pop stack. No, that's not it. Tree reset. Oh. Okay, so I'm actually not using this function. I'm gonna remove it because this function will return you a valid pointer, but the second that you add something new to the array, the pointer will stop being valid. It will point to something else, so we don't want that. I'm gonna remove it. That function shouldn't have existed. Although I do need it. So hold on. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn it into a void chunk array remove int count. We're going to replace it with that. So that means I can use the chunk array like a stack. I don't even have to create a new data structure for it. Yeah, you don't return anything. Then, or maybe you should return how many items you removed. That would be helpful. Because this logic is going to have to change. And then... Probably best if I just rewrite the whole thing. So yeah, the original function was not necessary at all, but whatever. All right, so if I want to use this chunk array as if it were a stack, so what do I want to do? First off, do I want to do that, or do I want to create a new structure? No, I'm good with using the chunk array. I can maybe type def it. So I can just do this. What's a stack T? Is there already something called a stack T? No. Okay. So I can now reference it like it's a stack. All right. So how's this gonna work? When the minimum number between the amount that we're trying to remove and the array's count. Then we're going to reduce the array's count by the removed number. And then we're going to return the removed number. And to do that, we're going to need the math library. All right. So what that is going to do is it's going to remove as many items as we requested, or fewer if there's fewer than that, and then tell us how many items it removed. Because this array is essentially a linked list of static arrays, kind of. Not really static, it's actually dynamic, but still. It's a linked list of continuous elements in memory. Let's say that we're trying to remove 10 elements, and there's 5 elements in this array, and then 5 elements in this array. Well, we have to remove 5 from here. It tells us we removed 5, and then we remove 5 more. So if there is a next pointer, what we do is we simply reduce the count by the amount that it tells us. Chunk array remove using the arrays next and the count. Alright, so let me do a little test with this real quick. Alright, so let's say that I'm trying to remove 15 items. And I have an array that has 10, and that's the maximum that it can hold. And then I have another array that has 5. We're going to go in with 15. There is a next, so we're going to go here first. There's no next, so this doesn't run. It tries to remove the minimum between this and the maximum that it has. So it removes 5 from the 15. And it tells me I removed 5. So the count, which here was 15, now becomes 5 minus 10, 5 minus 15 minus 5, 10. And then it removes 10, tells me how much it removed, and that's it. Although removed should also count to tell me how many are removed in total. We're gonna do this. Alright, that should report in the end I removed 15 items. That way I can see exactly how many items I removed. I can use that to tell me if it was unable to remove items or not. And again, it's not really removing them from the stack. It's not really wiping the stack after it's done doing that. It just resets the index. And the items will get overwritten the next time that we write something. Alright, I need water, not coffee. Hopefully. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna get some water. Alright, here we are. Okay. Where was I? Right, I was modifying this chunk array to become a stack, since it already has a lot of the functionality that a stack would have, and it expands it expands forever. So let me test it. All right, I artificially reduced the number of files that you can have shown in the list of files in the file browser to 5. Right, so that did work. That did work. We have 5, but there's actually more. We can't see them because of this hard-coded limit. But if I replace this whole thing of files with a stack, which I need to include, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make it a little bit easier. I can include data struct stack, and that creates the stack object, but in reality it's just a chunk array. And another thing I want to do is create stack functions for this. Right, so any reference to chunk array gets replaced with stack. Except for this one, which I'm just going to change back manually. I need to start waking up at 6 in the morning to catch these streams. Damn. Wait, I need to actually implement all these functions. Hold on. First off, this to-do doesn't need to be there. I just reduced it under 80 to-dos in my project, so definitely don't want to be introducing new ones. But I do stream. It's not going to be particularly easy to catch if you work or go to school, but I do stream in the evenings on Mondays and Fridays, which means probably easier to catch for people in America. Now all of these, the function calls are just calling themselves. So that's dumb. They all need to be calling chunk array. I should have just defined them. Work harder, not smarter. No. Work smarter, not harder. It's the other way around. All right. Okay, so let me test this. Now, on entry, this is where we're actually adding files. So what we're going to do is we're going to check if there is no files, then we're going to stack. Then we're going to stack. We're going to stack create with an item size and chunk capacity. All right, we're gonna make it 32 chunk capacity and the size of a string. Then we no longer have this, and now we just do stack push. Motherfucker, so useless. Stack push, stack push files, and the actual data, which is these. All right. To refresh, you go through the stack count for files. Oh my god. And you call stack get files I. It's a little bit different than that. It's a little bit weird. Like that. To free the string, then we call stack reset files, and that automatically resets the index of the files array back to 0 without actually deleting any data. But here we freed the memory that the data was associated with. Then what is this? If selected is bigger or equal to the file count, then selected is the file count bigger than 0, otherwise 0. Interesting. It's bounce checking, but why is it done like that? No, actually, I think I know why. All right. Q64 file count. We'll just introduce it like that. I64. All right. Which then leads me to, again, this is kind of weird syntax going on. String stack get files I. Weird syntax, but there we go, it works. What kind of file system are you doing? Right now, I'm not really working on the file system. I'm working on a file explorer, but mostly just working on the operating system's virtual file system, making some improvements to that. I have some more I need to do, but yeah, kind of taking some time to work on the file explorer real quick. Hello, Stony. How you doing? Why build an OS when stuff like Linux exists? Ask that question to Linus. You want me to use this as a file count? There you go. Are you happy? Actually, move that here. And there we have it. And the last thing I need to do is this ugly ass syntax. String pointer stat get that. Boom. Ugly ass syntax, but there we go. I have GPU drivers, but not hardware accelerated, so it's all software rendering anyway. It's just frame buffer stuff. I'll need to get to that at some point. I want FFmpeg to do too much. You're welcome to submit a patch. That's what they're always talking about on Twitter. Okay, is that it? Seems like it. It builds and runs, and we have 0 files. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's not for x86. Damn, that's the best. Best offer for contribution that I've heard in a while, but unfortunately I have to say no because it's for ARM. Alright, so what's the problem? Well, besides the fact that this would be great if it was, instead of there, here, because why would I actually put it there? Oh, wait. I'm never initializing the thing. Alright. And now we have a list, an arbitrarily long list of as many files as we want can be displayed in here. And there is also technically a maximum number of directories that you can go through. I'm going to take 2 minutes to also remove those and replace that with a stack as well. A stack of directories. There's a maximum of 16 directories, so it's no longer going to be a thing anymore. And oh, I see. Give me the stack count. Oop. This syntax for getting items from the stack kinda really sucks. It's type with this here, then chunk array get with the array and the index. So that should hopefully simplify it a bit. And then I'm going to go to the stack and also give it that. That. Why the hell not? NVMe working driver is simple. Yeah, mostly. Alright. That should make it a lot easier to access files, because goddamn, that was annoying. Stack get. And I can now tell it to get a string from directories using dir count -1 data. Boom. I can also replace this thing with this thing. Gets a lot cleaner. So then can I just capitalize this? Since this and this are technically the same thing, if you even look at Z, it highlights all three as if they were the same thing, but they're not. Capitalization is different. I was talking the other day about making a compiler case insensitive, but yeah, this would be kind of a problem that I would run into. And it would be my compiler, so it kind of makes sense that I don't do this. One more place where I did this thing. There. That should make my code a little bit cleaner. Alright, back to this. Stack get string directories dir count -1. Making it case insensitive. It would be solving a known problem, yeah. I was just talking about, like, would that be a problem? Like, is there, the question that I asked is there any particular reason why there should be a limitation on that? And this is kind of a not super important limitation. You can introduce dir count back by doing stack count directories. And actually, if I was using my own language, I would be able to just write stuff like this, and it would work. But I'm not.
Infinite
Yeah.
Code 01 raided your channel with 5 viewers.
Yo, Infinite Coder, how you been? Thanks for the raid.
Shoutout Infinite Coder 01.
And thanks for the shout out. Stony. Hello, hello. How you been? What have you been up to? Are you still working on a compiler? Because I was just talking about that. I was just yapping about that. But what I'm working on right now is just what do you mean not your fault? It's incredible how... Oh, that wasn't a shout out. Oh, the raid is your fault. I see what you mean. Raider from Infinite Coder. I see. I forgot what I was saying. So, hope it wasn't important. Oh yeah, I'm working a little bit on a file explorer right now, but then I'm gonna go on to work on a virtual file system. Exciting stuff coming up. Actually, I want to be able to define a virtual file system with as little code as possible, as little boilerplate as possible. So that should be fun. I technically already have it, I just don't have it implemented. What are you What was this code? You get the directories dir count -1 data, which is a string. You index that string using length -1, so the last element of the string. Holy shit, that is horrible. I wrote that yesterday too. It's not like it's 50 years old. I wrote that yesterday. Wow, that was horrible. All right, parent data using parent length -1. There we go. That's probably a lot easier. And here, you just use parent. What a horrible piece of code that was. God damn. Who wrote that? Source-to-source compiler ecosystem. So Rust frontend is on the way. Nice. Stack push directories full path. There we go. And directories. String free, we want to get the last. So that pub thing was useful here. That pub function I removed would have been useful here, but again, it was a little bit of a dangerous function because it returns data that is only valid for now and then gets overwritten eventually. So it literally does this. So it would have been useful, but nah, not worth it. String directories dir count -1. I have to make this dir count. then free last, and then stack. What did I call that function? Remove. Directories 1. That it? That's it. When I wrote this code, only me and God understood what it does. Now only God understands it. Yep, except that code is not even 24 hours old. I was gonna say 24 years old. Jesus, no. It's definitely not 24 years old, but it's also not 24 hours old. So it's kind of embarrassing to have written code that bad. Now we have nothing. I didn't initialize the array. Again. The same bug twice in a row. Alright, for directories, we can actually make it a smaller array. You get 16 directories deep. That's quite a lot. Can I get 16 directories deep into like my home folder? For example, starting at root directory. A little experiment. Alright, so that's home. That I didn't really need to do this. I could have just started at home and counted 2. So that's home, my directory. Then I need to think strategically about this. Hi, Dennis. What's the thing here that's gonna have the most directories inside of directories inside of directories? If I had a node project, that's my entire computer being compromised, that would probably be the best bet. There is 3-sitter, which is actually a node project. Oh god. We can try it. Alright, worth the shot. That's 3. Source, that's 4. 3-sitter, that's 5. That's it? Nah. Wasn't there node? You got node in this. Wasn't there node in 3-sitter? There is, but there's no node modules folder. Damn it. Yeah, well, that ruins it. Alright, next try. I'm 2 directories deep. I'm gonna go into... Hi, Rudy. Alright, I'm gonna go into this, which is an operating system that I didn't make, so hopefully this person has a lot going on there. That's 3. Kernel, probably gonna be the most complicated part. No, it isn't. Never mind, that's back to 3. How about shared? Nope. Watch this person only have like 10 lines of code. Fuck's sake. Entire operating system in 10 lines of code. Arch. That's 5, but no. We got to the end. Apps. File manager. Never mind. And every single file on this computer is mine. So it's not like you're gonna find anything particularly complex inside of here. Well, if anything, this proves my point that you're not super likely to go 16 files deep into directories. So by making, by making the stack that holds the name of each directory 16, I have plenty, and I can always grow it. It can grow. It's just that it allocates enough space for 16, and then if it needs more, it allocates more space for another 16. That's why it's called a chunk array. But I think very unlikely that we'll get to more than 16. Open the terminal, touch. I could force it, obviously, but then that would kind of defeat the purpose of... I'm trying to find a project that actually has that, you know? Alright, we're back. And the boot directory actually has a lot of files in it. And we can see all that. It eventually loops around too. It doesn't scroll, and I said that I wanted to add scrolling. Wait, no. Didn't mean to delete that. Well, we're not going to add that right now. Anyway, we have that. That's convenient. That's cool. That's simple. That's helpful. The file system structured like Unix, kind of inspired by. Not structured like Unix, but inspired by Unix. Yes, we have File Manager now. It actually has a few more features than I remembered even adding to it. Like, you can open text files in it. I did not remember I added the ability to write to open text files in it. And it can recognize when a file is not readable in plain text, and it tells you that. I did not. Binary file preview is not supported. I don't remember writing that message or this entire functionality, even though there is literally video evidence of me doing it. Because this happened on stream. The only thing that I even work on nowadays that not on stream is my game, so anything related to the operating system, most likely I did on stream, and yet I don't remember doing it. But it can open something like the console, for example. Look at that. Look at that. How professional is my operating system, everybody? Okay, tiny issue that it has. You can actually go outside of the root directory, which probably takes you to the multiverse. Yeah, you cannot go back because you can't really select the root directory anymore. So, alright, let me fix that. When I press backspace, that's pub directory. If you're viewing a file, it closes the file. If directory count is less or equal to 0, it's supposed to be less or equal to 1. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Alright, I can no longer go back into the multiverse. Unfortunately, but there are things out there that we humans, mere mortals, are not meant to see. So, probably best if we don't go outside of the bounds of the root directory. Amazing as that would be. Let's not. Also, I was thinking a little bit about fonts yesterday, before I fully move on from this thing. Well, I'm fully moving on from this thing, but before I move on to the next thing, I was thinking about fonts the other day. It was yesterday or the day before, because this font, honestly, I find it kind of readable, but it isn't amazing. You know, I can sit here and kind of read what it says, but it is a little bit hard to read. Granted, I could work a little bit on like spacing and whatnot. That's another thing. It's not the best font. And actually, if you're wondering, where is the font loaded? The font is in this library. The font is right here. This is it. It's as simple as it gets. I was thinking, do I want a more complex font? And the answer should be yes, right? It should be. But we were looking at font formats from the 90s, for that matter, I believe, or the 80s. True. I just saw that guy pop up in the search there. TrueType from the late 1980s as a competitor to Apple type Adobe's. Okay, I read that wrong and I was like, why are they a competitor to Apple? Apple has made a competitor to Apple. No, they made a competitor to Adobe. Okay. I remember reading some words here that made me think, hey, you know what? I don't ever want to deal with modern fonts ever. And those words were virtual machine. I read the words virtual machine when it comes to fonts and I was like, yeah, let's not do that. So should we just make our own font format? Yes. I'm not doing that shit. However, should I not learn how a real font works before I make my own? Also, should the person with the worst handwriting you've ever seen be designing fonts? Do I care? No. The sign can't stop me because I wrote it in my own handwriting and I can't read it anymore. Alright. So, we'll probably want to look at some early fonts, some simple fonts. Something not super complicated, but yeah. Fonts are, as far as I know, very complex and kind of annoying. I even feel like I remembered seeing, I think it was a tweet, I don't think it was a video, by Lori Wired talking about how HTML was supposed to be rendered kind of in immediate mode. As it comes in, you render it. And the main reason we can't do that anymore is fonts. I don't know if she ever clarified. I don't know if she was promoting a video or something else. I just remember her saying that. I don't know. Redacted OS is because of the fonts that nobody can fucking read. Let's go. You don't need a privacy screen on your phone. You just need a font that I made. Even you won't be able to... What's end-to-end encryption? Just a font that even you can't read. Yep. That's better than that. Coding adventure? Oh, he did that? I had not seen that. This is probably the longest video by him that I've seen, by the way. I did not know this was a thing. Which account am I? Okay. I could save it to my own. I didn't realize my own channel's playlists I can save stuff to, even though it's not mine. Okay, so I have a little bit of learning material now. That's cool. One thing I want to see, though, he made a synthesizer, which, by the way, I also saw this video, and I'm like, I definitely want to do this someday. ChatGPT to use OCR on that. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's anti-AI, anti-spying. Perfect. Perfect font. Nobody can read it. Analyzing audio. See, okay. Didn't know he uploaded that. Smoke simulation, 40. There's a liquid simulation that he did as well. Or several, actually. Close to a minute. To an hour, I mean, not to a minute. He also did Bad Apple, but it's a fluid simulation. Simulating fluids, 47 minutes. He made a better chess bot, apparently, which also a very interesting video. I'm adding stuff to my watch later on a channel that I don't watch YouTube on, but whatever. And then you have Coding Adventure, Rendering Text, an hour and 10 minutes. The longest one that I can see. I think YouTube doesn't let you sort by longest video, but it's the longest one by far. So that's not super reassuring, I have to say. I'm going deep in the trenches of this. He's not even doing like coding, he's doing Blender. There's actually like a tutorial series. I'd never seen this before. Anyway, I guess I'll watch that video and cry a little bit about it and then decide that my 8x8 bitmap font hard-coded in a header file is actually perfect. Because is it not? We can get a 16x16 if it makes you feel better, but yeah, I'm not seeing it. You know what's really bothering me though about this? This. It sticks out because of the escape character. There's technically two characters in here, even though it's really just one. And here too. Sucks. Hey Lolly. How you been? It's been a bit. Alright, let's get back to file system stuff. Much simpler than fonts. Once again, I would like to congratulate everyone involved in the tech industry since the 90s for the decisions that they've made. Actually, when I talked about fonts, I said I'm reluctant to use any technology invented past the year 1990. Except for Plan 9. Oh well. We'll have to make our own fonts, I guess. Now, I'll see what that video has to say. Actually, for 3D rendering, that's the... he's who I went to for that. For rasterizing, specifically. Okay. Back to the file system. What was I saying? Right. So I just removed, at the beginning of the stream, 2 files that were not important. Not 2 files, 2 functions for the file system, which were simple read and simple write. All they do is you pass a buffer and a path, and it writes or reads the buffer to the path, to the file at the path, or the file to the buffer, depending on the operation that you're doing. It doesn't open the file, close the file, any of that stuff. It doesn't have file descriptors. I removed them because in the few places where I had actually implemented that, I hadn't implemented normal read and write. So I would have had to implement that functionality for reading and writing files twice, which is not great. So I simplified it, kind of. Now simple read and simple write open the file, read and write normally, and then close the file. But I realized that there's an ad coming. I realized that there's a kind of a problem with that. No, it's not really a problem. It's just that I would have to write a lot of boilerplate, for example, in a module like this one, /theme, where you read and you write. You read from /theme, and you write to /theme/reload, and what you're supposed to do is read theme information for like colors and stuff from /theme, and then if you want to reload it, /theme/reload. But in order to handle that properly, so long as it was a simple read, simple write, I just checked the path. Are you trying to reload or are you trying to read? That's simple. But now I have to check the path here in OpenTheme and return a file descriptor. When you actually interact with the file, so when you actually read or write, you won't know the path. You will know the file descriptor only. So I need to have a way of matching which file belongs to which file descriptor, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass. So I kind of have a system for that. Or I started working on a system for that. In the TMP directory, I created an std file. The entire of the file definition is here. And then open, read, and write are just standard functions that automatically know how to work with this file. You define the file by just giving it a name, saying how is it backed. Is it a virtual file or is it a physical file? And then, which frankly isn't even that important. But yeah, I guess it can be useful later on, so I am keeping that information. What is entry file? Oh, it indicates whether it's a file or a directory. That's what entry file means. And then just uses a buffer as a standard place to put the file in. So I can expand this to do the /theme and /theme reload thing. hopefully with as little boilerplate as I did here. Because what happens if I want to add a new file? Well, I just create a new file. It's literally as simple as this, and if everything is done correctly, which is a big if, should be able to go here, here, and now I have two files, which have nothing inside of them. Oh yeah, I wanted to test something. This should write to that file, but nothing happens.
Team King X followed
So
your
that's a
channel.
little bit weird. We should be writing to the file and reading from the file, but apparently that's not happening. Just a little bit surprising. Alright. Your battery will die any second. I'm sorry to say I'm about to start an ad break. Before that though, decisions. Oh yeah, any decision made in computing past the 1990s. I think we should just go back and start over. TCP, no. I always say TCP, fuck that. I barely even touch it, but yeah, it sucks. Fonts, apparently, tragic. Absolutely fucking tragic. The entirety of the Linux ecosystem, start over, please. Relying on Unix still? Now, that's a decision made in the 1960s, technically, when they started developing Unix. The problem is that it still continues to this day. We're closer to the 100-year anniversary than we are to when Unix was actually created. Is that even correct? Yes. Yes, it is. Unix is like very old. It's like 50 years old. And design decisions made for computers 50 years ago are already kind of unbreakable contracts for 2 out of the 3 major operating systems. So I'm counting that. Not Unix itself, but still relying on Unix instead of improving it. Like Plan 9 did, but apparently nobody fucking listened. What other decisions are there? AI, all of that. Start over. Social media. Good idea. Evil implementation. Modern Windows. Modern Mac, I'll allow, but it could possibly be better. It can probably be a lot better. The real question is there any decision made since the 1990s that is actually worth keeping around? And I think the answer is no. Git could be done better. It's good. It's good actually, but yeah, it could be done better. Honestly, I'm always a little bit surprised to hear that like Git is not a file system per se, but like it would be cool if it was like versioning was actually implemented in file systems like properly, which is another thing that I kind of wanted to explore in my file system. Not even because I just want to have versions, it's just because it would be helpful for like concurrent writes to it. But like the fact that this is not more widespread, like the second that I learned what Git was, it's like I feel like this should be more widespread. And then Apple has it. Apparently Windows has? Oh yeah, Windows has a versioning thing. I remember trying to use it a few times. I don't think it ever did. Then again, the entire operating system doesn't work, so what the fuck. On Mac though, you can have versions. I remember them making a big deal when they announced it, but then it's still there, but like nobody uses it. And really what it does is it just stores another version of your file, just hidden. If it was some, that's technically what Git is doing too, like it's storing patches. It would be cool if we could implement that more often. But again, as an idea, it's cool. Same for social media. As an idea, it's cool. If only Mark Zuckerberg hadn't been the one to do it. And Peter Thiel hadn't been involved. He's not the one who invented it. He just ranked women and then became a billionaire from it. That's my understanding of it. But says a lot. So like, yeah, I don't even necessarily hate the technologies that we have nowadays, just the way that they're implemented. Mostly hate that. And frankly, it's like 99% capitalism's fault. But we can always try to do better. Oh, JavaScript? Forgot about JavaScript. How did I not mention JavaScript? Also, another technology that started after the 1990s that should not have taken over. For that matter, Java 2. Because actually, it was Plan 9 was then replaced. It was kind of a research project. It was then replaced by Inferno within Bell Labs. But then, from what I read, apparently Inferno, an operating system, was competing against Java. And Java won. Now, how an operating system and a programming language were competing against each other, I'm genuinely still not sure on the details of that one. Still don't know how the hell that happened. But I do remember... Oh, well, besides the fact that they're both virtual machines. But on the Wikipedia page for Inferno... I just read it. Just because it has its own virtual machine. And so because of that, it was contrasting against the Java virtual machine, and then eventually Java won. It was publicly presented later that year, so 1996, as a competitor to Java. And at the same time, Bell Labs' parent company licensed Java. You know, it's good when you're releasing a competitor to Java and your parent company's like, we licensed Java. Go ahead though. Work on your little competitor. I'm sure it's gonna work out fine. Like their parent company invested in their competing product. That cannot feel good. So yeah, instead of Java, we could have had Inferno. Instead, now we have Hell. Well, anyway, I've said there was gonna be an ad break, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. Then we're gonna do some file system stuff without JavaScript. That's always cool. Hey, I'm back. I'm kinda losing it because Twitter people are freaking out because Mozilla has gone woke. Because they created a non-binary fox. This is their new mascot, by the way. And for a couple days, I've been seeing people freak out because the damn thing is non-binary. And I'm genuinely trying to understand when they ever mentioned this. And it turns out they never did. People are just hallucinating. You have to be insane to consider what genitals does this fox have and what pronouns can it possibly use, and then get mad at the conclusions that you draw from that. Truly amazing work from Twitter. Another very common Twitter mass delusion. Should we be freaking out about the AI slopification? Yeah, you would think. But no, that's an actual problem, so no. Instead, is that a boy fox or a girl fox? It's a mascot for a shitty browser. The irony is not lost on me. I do use it. Because they're all shitty. There's literally no single good browser out there. So I might as well just use Firefox because I'm used to it. But that makes me woke. There's also several other things that make me woke, so I don't give a shit. Alright. What do you think about Ladybird? Lady Bird? I don't know about this. On Google Chromium. Yeah, no, I have to use on Google Chromium because, by the way, YouTube Studio and YouTube Studio alone has some special features. That means that it's borderline unusable on any browser that isn't Chrome. Made by the same company that makes YouTube. So I'm forced to use it for YouTube Studio. Spoiler alert, YouTube Studio barely works even on that. It's just a shitty service. It's broken every other day, by the way. You will log into YouTube Studio and at least once a week, I think, have they banned me? Why don't I have access to my shit? Oh no, YouTube Studio just doesn't work today. They forgot to turn it on Monday morning. It's on holiday. MS Teams refused to work properly on any browser other than MS Edge. Surely, it's not the same though. Because like, yeah, YouTube Studio is shit. But I have to use YouTube Studio if I want to post to YouTube. So, kind of required. Thing is, nobody wants to use MS Teams. Nobody. Now, they may force you to use it, but nobody wants to actually use it. So if you make it that complicated to use a product that nobody wants to use, well, people just won't fucking use it. It's that simple. By the way, you know what I found out? You know about this movie? This is a revolutionary, once-in-a-lifetime 2018 Netflix movie called Bandersnatch from Black Mirror. In the latest season of Black Mirror, they actually have like a continuation to this movie, but it's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of thing, where you eventually they give you choices and you have to like actually choose what you want to do. See, right now I'm not logged in. So it tells me that I can just pay $6.99 and then I get access to this movie. Here's the thing though, I was trying to watch it the other day. When you're logged into your account, this doesn't let you watch the movie. It reminds you of when the movie will be made available, meaning the movie is not available on Netflix. Anybody know what that logo is? Does that look familiar to anyone? That's a Netflix original that's not available on fucking Netflix. Mind you, a Netflix original that's actually so custom made for Netflix that it requires you to watch it on Netflix if you want to be able to interact with the interactive movie. So it was made specifically for Netflix. Why is it not available on fucking Netflix? This is news talking about it in Spanish, by the way. The Marvel Defender series. Like... Stopped watching Marvel after Endgame, and I started watching at Infinity Wars. That lasted a real long time. Well, no, not really. I was watching all of them because I was being forced to, but I started enjoying them with Infinity War, and I stopped enjoying them with Endgame. Well, no, WandaVision came after, so I guess WandaVision. And the Agatha TV show as well. Besides that, no. They're doing this to get us used to the idea of not owning anything. What do you mean the idea? What do you actually own nowadays? It's a whole collection. Oh, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. I see. So wait, they're all Netflix originals and then they removed it? Is that what happened? Because, like... Actually, Netflix has cancelled a lot of shows for that matter. And sometimes they get picked up by other networks. Sometimes they get picked up by networks that are so obscure that they only exist in the US, so the rest of us don't get to see the continuation of the show, even though the show technically continues. But removing something that was made specifically for your platform, that only works on your fucking platform, because again, I don't know how they make it work. It doesn't sound particularly complicated. If I'm not mistaken, the Bandersnatch is actually like 5 hours long video where you just skip around. Kind of like a real choose your own adventure book where you just like, go to page 235. Go to page 3. I think it's kind of like that, but video form. But like, you made it specifically... You developed the technology to make this fucking movie, and then you removed it from your service. And I wouldn't be surprised if they patented the fucking technology so that it only works on their service. Now, what's there to patent? Nothing. But hey. Did you know that Page Up and Page Down are patented until June? So anyway, there's that. Cool. Guess I can't watch that anymore. Alright. Another thing from that shouldn't have existed, streaming services. Want to be able to argue that I didn't know in court. I don't think that's a valid argument. I just finished watching Better Call Saul, so I know about this shit. I'm essentially a lawyer now, in the state of New Mexico only, which is one that I hope to never visit, along with the other 49 states. Okay. I was gonna say something else and I forgot what it was. Yeah, that's it. The fact that you're informed about patents is not... That's true. That's true. Yes. Like I said, I'm virtually a lawyer. Or I play one on TV or whatever. Alright, so again, I made this entry system, which, by the way, another candidate for the stack type. So I'm gonna improve it in a minute. It helps you define an actual file system entirely virtually. So it exists only in memory. And it can be useful for things like theme, where you have, you know, /theme that does one thing, and then /theme/reload, which does another thing. And then you can create another one, like /theme/alt or /theme/options. But these are kind of hard-coded in the sense that the structure of the directory is always going to be the same. And using something like this, which is literally just a stack, it's nothing particularly complicated, a stack and just a couple functions to go through that stack, can help me... Well, I don't know about this to do. It's kind of what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do it like it says here. It can help me define the structure of a virtual file system and how it's going to work in a much simpler way. And that is actually functionality that's going to be really useful. Because a lot of these, since everything is a file, then a lot of these modules are supposed to be also used to directly interact with the system. If you don't want to use a syscall, if you want to use stuff with files, or if there isn't a syscall available. For example, the system can actually play sound using only the file system without actually being able to... there's no syscall for sound. You just go to /audio /output. It's that simple. So implementing something that, you know, allows me to do as many of these files as possible with as little boilerplate as possible, that would be fucking great. Now, in the TMP file system, I've already done that. But I would love to improve it a little bit more. Now, this is where it gets a little bit no, not necessarily complicated. I'm thinking of adding a new type of file, right? So I have a virtual file, I have a physical file. Again, there's really no difference between the two right now, but I think there should be a third type of file, which is the command file, or control. Command works. Which is essentially what that /theme/reload would do. That's not an actual file. You don't write actual data to it. You just send a command. So there's no real data storage going on there. And that's kind of the interesting thing. That's why I want to have a backing command type of deal. All right. Okay, I feel like I can copy this entire code, which is literally all the code for these virtual files. If I use static inline, anywhere that you import it is technically creating new variables and new things, so it should work if I do that. But first I need to move it to use a stack. So stack t module file goes entries without maximum entries anymore. We can remove this to do as well, and we can remove the entry count. Then, instead of this, this is actually a pointer. And I need to include data struct stack. If no entries, we're going to stack create. I don't know why this function never fills in. Stack create using the size of a module file. Not a module file, a module file. And let's say 32 files by default. Then this becomes stack push entries and this. And I can just put this inside of the stack. And it becomes that simple. Then here, replace this with stack count for entries. And here, stack get module file entries I. Name data. All right, so I kind of have to do it like this. Oh, wait, I don't need to do that. Okay, hold on. All right. There we have it. Now we should be able to put as many files in here as I want. But all of this I'm not really looking to use in this directory. Let me also create another helper for this. Static inline list entries. Using a U64 offset. And a helper. There, and this needs to be a U30, well, U64 even, because offset is 64 bits. And then here we actually do a stack get module file entries I. No, it's not a void. It's, what do you return? A system. So now I can just call list entries with the offset and the helper and return that. All right. So that should reduce by a lot the type of boilerplate that I have to write in order to access this stuff. Ah, there's some functionality I just realized I didn't yet include. This, mostly. It's kind of hard-coded to always read and write from the first file in the list, never from any other. That's not great. I'm not using this file descriptor for anything, so that's kind of the issue. The ID for the file descriptor is the mfile file ID. Then there. All right, I can now do this. Find entry using the file descriptor ID that I'm given. And that is the last little bit of boilerplate code that I need. I don't need any more after that. Right. So
Husam Dababne followed your channel.
all right, so now that I have these helpers here, these entry helpers here, I can just put them in their own little include files. What am I going to call it? VFS.h, which currently doesn't exist. Let's create it real quick. VFS.h. And I forgot the pragma once, and then this. We need a module file. Wait, where's module file defined? Oh, it's all right. Change of plans. I'm moving it over here. Like that. But still, it needs to include the driver base thingy. What are we complaining about here? Taking the address of a temporary module file. That's fine because I'm only copying inside of this function, so that's okay. But why is this a problem? This was fine. You were fine with this. Now you're being a little bitch about it. Why is this being compiled with C++? I feel like this is being compiled with C++ because these are some very BS C++ error messages, such as you're casting a void pointer to this, or unknown. Okay, that's a valid one. Or they're not in order. Some of us have real problems. We can't all just focus on non-binary fuxes, alright? So, what the fuck are you talking about? References will be initialized after read-only, but why is this an error to you? This is a .h file. Nobody is included in it besides this. This should not be a problem. Why is this a problem to you? Why must you be like this? Does it compile though? No, wait, hold on. There is a missing value. It's like I wouldn't be surprised if it still... It compiles just fine. Alright, so it's just Clang being stupid. Clang seems to think that this is a C++ file, and so it gives me all these errors. But they're not real errors. Cool. Thanks for rage baiting me for no reason. Anyway. Alright, so with something like this, again, I'm able to very easily define a bunch of virtual files and how they will work. For the temp file system, which I'm not really using right now, so guess we can't see anything happening there. But I want to do the same thing for the theme. So we're going to include file system VFS. Wait, fs dir list helper. That is actually still missing. That comes from dir list.h. There. Should be okay now. We're good. Alright. So when I load the theme, I go to /share/theme/boot/redOS. That loads the theme, reads it, and then after that, I can just go make entry. If I leave this empty, it should theoretically refer to the /theme file with a backing type virtual, entry type file, and I can create a buffer for it. The buffer points to this with its buffer size being the size of system theme. Its limit also being that, and options set to none. So I don't need to explicitly tell the file system anymore that this file is in reality just giving you information for the theme. Clang is kind of freaking out on me. Now this ignore cursor here is actually not being used, but the read-only is kind of important. Though maybe I want to make the buffer hold read-only. So I want to do options buffer read only, because this file is supposed to only be read, right? And just with this, I don't need to create an explicit function to read the file. I just have to write the basic boilerplate that connects this to this. Which, for that matter, can I... It's literally this. Can I just... I make them static inline, like that. I remove them from here. Also this one. Also this one. All of this is going to be reused code. And open. Pretty sure it's going to be the same thing. So only the initializer is custom. And the initializer needs to be custom because this is the one that actually creates the files. But literally, this is how small a file system can be now. So... Okay. What else do I need to do? Okay, so I created that new option. Buffer read only. Which is going to be 1, 3. And all of these, I'm just going to add a little check to them. If buff options and buffer read only, return 0. Literally that. Same for resize. Can't resize. Same for this. Same for this. 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 This is no longer being used. This is for deleting the buffer, that's fine. This is very redundant, but it's fine. No, wait. This is not for deleting the buffer, this is for deleting from the buffer. This is for deleting the buffer itself. Reading is fine. And these are tests, allegedly. They don't test a whole lot, but we try. All right. So back to theme. I'm able to just define an empty entry for a read-only virtual file that just maps this thing with the correct size and everything. So now you can read /theme with nothing else after it, and hopefully nothing else after it. I hope that works. And that should still give you /theme. And then on top of that, the reload, which is a little bit different because it's not backed by a buffer. So I'll have to look at how to handle that. I'm not entirely sure how to handle that one. But we don't need a custom function for reading, opening, stat. We can just use the default ones, which are VFS open, VFS read, VFS stat. Now, and this is also VFS write, ideally. But command files are going to be different, right? So reload is a command file. And I can give it a backing of backing command. It doesn't have a buffer. It doesn't have a size. It doesn't have a limit. And it doesn't have an option. Because it's not really a buffer like this. It's a command. So okay, I have a vague idea of how I want to do this. I can create a typedef u64 return pointer function pointer for command function, which takes a void context with a size t length. And this is essentially the buffer that we're passed in. Literally just that. I don't love the idea of associating a function with a file like that explicitly, but it's only for one specific use case. The command entry won't use a buffer. It will use one of those. What did I call it? The cmdfn. And instead of that, it's going to have a function, func. Also, this read-only, not a thing. Doesn't really matter anymore. But I should now be able to make a cmd entry, replace this buffer with I have to do a forward declaration of it. Let's call it reload with a void context and a size t length. And it just calls load theme, which is a private function, so we'll need to forward declare one of the two. And doesn't return anything. The return type is just in case I need it. All right. So here's the thing about the file. If the file has a function, then we can't read from it. We just return. Because it's a command, you're supposed to write to it but not read from it. So we return 0. And likewise, if the buffer has a read-only, it's already going to be handled by this. But if the file has a function, we just return the result of that function. With the buffer and the size, because this needs to be cast, buffer and the size as arguments. So, if I did everything right, I'm able to create custom file systems, not recursive, they don't have subdirectories yet, but I'm able to create very simple virtual files and command files with this much boilerplate. There's really as much as you need. I can't really use this one as an example because, like, the boilerplate for it is really just this function and this. Like, the actual code for that is this. It's 26 lines. The rest is for actually loading the theme. But yeah, the file system part of it is literally just that. Okay, what are we complaining about here? Multiple definition of entries. Did I not tell you they should be... No, I did not. They should be static. That's the entire point, is that everywhere you include this, it will create a new variable like this. Which is why I can use it in two different modules at the same time. Alright. First off, can we read /theme? Well, we already know that we can read /theme because this loaded. Well, last time when I disabled reading from the theme, it was black, so it's clearly working. Now we go here. I should be able to... Boom. It worked. Alright. When you press enter here, it actually writes to /theme/reload. So that means that it worked. It called the function. Boom. We have command files. Are they secure? Are they... The fact that you can write, you can call a function by just writing to a file can feel a little bit like, I don't know, I feel, nothing about the system is secure, let's begin with that. But I feel a little bit reluctant to introduce functionality like that because it's like, you just write to a file and you call a function. But, then again, I mean, if you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous, but yeah. Okay, that was surprisingly easy to do. I thought it would take a little bit longer, but actually, the temp file system is so generic and so simple to use that I was just able to do that. It was literally that simple. Now, for the last part, for my last trick, not really my last trick, but for the last part of this, there is one more thing about it. This. This is supposed to be a hashing function, that it is a hashing function, that gives you a file ID for a path. I'm thinking I want to make this available in my shared library, not necessarily because this is going to be available in user space, even though I would like it to be available in user space, but most importantly, I want it to be available in Linux. Because I want to be able to create files this easily in Linux. I already have a Fuse driver, and this would make it really, really easy. But, well, all these functions can be available there. It's literally just string and stack stuff. The only kind of difficult thing about it is the hashing function, which is this one. It's literally just this function, so it's not particularly complicated. I just want to allow you to define it. But if you're okay with using the default function, just use the default function. Like I wanna do that, but without having to specify it every single time. So, all right, here's what we can do. We can create a static. What does it return? Function signature is u64 and char path. u64 function pointer hashing func with a const char path. If there's a hashing function, call the hashing function. Otherwise call, yes, we won't be calling this function directly. I'll call this function instead. See, hashmap is actually just hashmap now. With name and name. So I can define my own hashing function if I so wish. And now it's all available in user space. If I also make this available in user space, the module file, which I can, and I will. All right, so module file, you come with me and you move over to system module, which again, not exactly the best name for a function. System module isn't super correct, but it works. What is even left in this driver base thing? Nothing. There's nothing left in here. Literally just the reserved file descriptor thing. Which I can probably itself move. Okay, so that's moved over, and now we also want to move the VFS over. Which means theme, you now get your VFS from files VFS, and the temp, you also get VFS from files VFS. And now all those errors that were there before are gone. Are we good in terms of compilation? I would be surprised if we are. I just moved a bunch of stuff around. You're telling me that it all... Okay. There we have it. It all works. I'm a little bit concerned by how easy it was for me to move something as important as the entire definition of a file from my operating system, and it never once caused an issue. But I think it's because system module was already being included in all those files. So I just moved it into this file. So now about these functions, right? The reserve FID. They're used in a few places. But, and most importantly, this one is only used in one place. Okay, so I can easily move this function from here to here. And I can easily just move this function into its own header file. Static inline Eh, screw it. I'm moving it over to files.h. fs.h, I mean. Boom. There we have it. I would be, again, very surprised if this compiles at all. Okay, this time it didn't, thank God. Oh, I didn't save this file. That's the problem. 98 threads, and it compiles. So I can get rid of this file entirely. It's actually so old that it's called driver base, and it's literally not even for drivers anymore. It used to be, so that was cool, but it's been a long time. It's also probably the first thing I worked on stream, so that's a cute little bit of information. Okay, now there's probably going to be a bunch of issues. Set allows only 18 plus. What is that about, actually? I heard of it, but what the fuck? See, okay, so we're good, but a misinterpretation of the TOS, that would make sense. That would be very weird. I really want to rename system module, but it's such a pain in the ass. But it is a system module. I mean, that's what it is. Getting a little bit bogged down on the meanings of things here. What is it about those AI features? I hope so. That would be so cool. Here you go. Oh, hold on. FS driver, where are you? FS driver. There, couldn't see you. Boom. Problem solved. Problem solved. Yep. Problem solved. Okay, so all these red dots have errors now. Cool. Which is pretty much anywhere that there's a module that was importing that dev driver module thing, it's now importing file system module. I can tell you what I'm building because it's gotta do some incredibly repetitive shit right now. So I got all the time in the world. Yes, operating system is what I'm working on. I'm kind of moving files around right now, nothing super exciting, but working on a virtual file system for it. Is that it? Is that it? Did I do it? That was like 2 minutes. I was just complaining a long time. Alright, there we have it. There's our virtual file system. TMP has a file in it. Theme has... Shouldn't theme have files in it? Wait. Is theme considered a file or a folder? Oh, that's why theme is always empty. Okay, this is a little bit weird. /theme can be read like a file, but it's also a folder. But you can't really access it like a folder. The thing is that there's /theme, which is a file that contains this data here. And then there's /theme/reload, which is a file that contains... It's a command file. So you can technically use them both, but they're technically different, but you can't really list the directory. If I add that, if I add the option to list a directory, I'm pretty sure it's not going to do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything because that's a file. Like, stat reports it as being a file. And of course, also report it to be a directory. What happens then? My theme still got loaded. Hold on. It's empty. Which is a little bit surprising. Because now you should...
X6465 followed your channel.
Not entirely sure what's happening. But it's interesting behavior. If I go here and I change it, it's reading the theme correctly. And it is reloading it correctly, which means it can access both this file and this file. But they're not really files. I mean, this one is a file. This, well, it's a function. It's a fucking function that acts like a file. This one is a file that acts like a directory. And it surprisingly does not crash or anything like that. It just works. File extensions just found in. They are. File extensions mean nothing. I can change this to PNG and it's still gonna work. Zed might freak out, but... Yeah, it even has that, but it's literally a text file. File extensions don't really mean anything. It's literally just part of the name. It's just letters. Alright, stat. Where's stat? Stat. I need to find it. Stat. Here it is. It tells you whether it's a file or a directory based on the entry type. And it tells you the size based on the buffer size. So, /theme should be a directory, right? Oh, and another thing is that it always reports the root as a directory, no matter what. But then when I'm trying to list items inside of it, it doesn't do anything. That's the weird part about it. I do wonder what's happening there. All right, let me explore it a little bit. It's not working like I expected it to, but it is working. All right. But just confirming that this is seen as a directory. /theme is directory. All right, so when you think that it is a directory, then you're going to traverse that directory, right? And you're going to call on entry. Do you get anything here? Alright, that's for the... I can't really tell because it's doing other stuff, so... Hold on. I love when I accidentally press other keys and I end up changing my entire layout, making a bunch of spelling mistakes, but I don't care. How did I even do that? Control Shift E. Control Shift E, not Control Alt E. It's supposed to loop like that. What do you mean loop like that? Whatever you mean, probably, yes. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. Alright, traverse directory. So this is actually not being called. Is traverse directory doing maybe a check somehow, somewhere? It's calling dir list. Using a list size of 1000. So it's reading 4 kilobits at a time. That should be enough. And wow, I completely forgot I created the string list thing. Because yesterday I created another version of it from first principles. I kind of forgot.
Same 06533 followed your channel.
Alright, the first thing I want to check is this being hit? Yes. File reload. So it's actually reading the files. So there's a check somewhere that's not passing. And it's somehow interrupting the entire process, but probably checking that file name is empty, and if a file name is empty, it's considered invalid. Which isn't... I guess this is a kind of quirky file system
DHXVXVD followed your channel.
where a folder can also be accessed like a file. So you need to be able to access the folder itself, which is empty file name. But it is definitely a little weird. Okay, traverse directory. You have to have... Yep. If file. Alright, I realize what's happening. Is there a course? OS Dev course? I don't think there is. Usually, good starting point is the OS Dev wiki. Best starting point. Yes, I'm making a new one. Alright, so it turns out the issue is indeed with checking that file isn't null. Alright. I'm thinking how to handle this. The easiest way is to create a, well, what Unix does. Dot. Because actually when you look at a directory in Unix, you will see the first directory is always dot, and the second directory is always dot dot. This one is the current directory. This one is the parent directory, which by the way, their size is reported as 4096, so 4 kilobytes. Weird. I reported as 0 on my system, and they reported as 1496. I remember that from when I was working on Fuse. It's kind of weird. But anyway, the dot. The entire issue that I'm having is the fact that I am treating something like both a file and a directory. It is a file that contains a directory. That's kind of a weird thing. And I guess that's kind of like how APIs work, in a way, if you think about it. Like, I've always said that I am kind of treating a lot of files like they are APIs. Not really, because like there's other concepts, but in a way they're kind of very similar, right? If I'm going to, I don't know, myapi.com/v1/user, whatever this API is, it can give me the current user, right? User ID, name, link to the profile picture, whatever the hell my API gives you. Whereas instead, if I do user 123 or 1223, it will give me access to the user 123's profile. But if instead I do user 123 slash, I don't know, posts, it only gives me access to their posts. Which, if you think about it with that philosophy in mind, but treating them like files, then this is a file, this is a file, and this is a file. But if you look at the path, this is always a directory, right? This is a directory, this is a directory, and this is a file. And then if I get to the specific post that I want to look at, this also becomes both a file and a directory. So looking at it from a point of view of an API, it makes sense because they're not really directories or files, they're just arguments. But looking at it from the perspective of my file system, then they are both of those things, because I very much want to treat them like that, because that's the entire point of what I'm doing. With, of course, the issue of a string that is completely empty. The slash theme root directory looks like this. No, rather. Where you can access the root directory, you can access slash theme, you can access slash theme like a file, or you can access it like a directory and read reload. How do I differentiate between accessing like a directory and accessing it like a file? And it's mostly an entirely internal thing. Because even if I change this, traverse directory, right now it's checking that the string has actual values in it. I could just hack that together and get rid of that. And then it's going to look empty. It's going to look like /theme. What's inside of this directory? Well, there's an empty file, and then there's reload. So maybe using this can be kind of helpful. I don't know. What even is the point of that directory? Why does the /directory have ... and what does it mean? That's another question that I want to ask now that I'm here. When you type LSA, what's the significance of dot and ... Why to display dot? I mean, is there any directory where cd dot would not work? Alright. We're kind of getting philosophical into Unix now, which is probably the only thing that Unix is useful for nowadays. That and being the base for macOS if you go back far enough. The first called dot is a reference to the current working directory. This is used by people almost every day when they do things like running a command in the current directory via dot/script name. That is true. There are hard links to the current and parent directory. Well, don't say that, because then whenever you talk about hard links, the first thing you see is there's no hard links for directories. And this is, the root directory is a parent of itself. Well, in my system, until like an hour ago, you could actually go outside of the root directory and end up in the multiverse. For executing scripts, it's not needed in Windows, really? I didn't know that. Alright, so it serves a purpose. I mean, I already knew about /. I have to use it all the time. I literally use it to build stuff. I have to do it like this. But yeah, that's a very common thing. Alright, since you can access something as both a directory and a file, the question is, what symbol do I use to represent that? The directory structure of the current directory, so what Unix calls this thing, and also the file version of the path. Right, so essentially, when you're listing the contents of /theme, you're going to have /theme/reload. That's an actual file, that's super easy. You're going to have /theme/dot, and you're going to have /theme/something to indicate the same path as this, but the file version of it. I just kind of need to make up a symbol for it. It's not going to be the question mark. I mean, would it fix the issue, first off? If I make it the question mark, would it fix the issue? Tilde is cute. I feel like that would be really hard to read. Okay, so it already broke. But simply because /theme no longer is a file. Now it's /theme /question mark. But that fixes it. And then whenever you open a path, whenever you open a file, I mean, there we go. Oh, nope. It's not back. Alright, so I can make that check. Still no. Ah, +1. It's very hacked together, so there we go. It's back. Because there's a +1 here. So it skips the first character. Yeah, correct way to do it is this. And same thing here, actually. No, we're good. Except it's always treated as a directory. Obviously, it's a little bit hacked together, but it does work. Wait, no, hold on. It's actually misconfigured. This is not a directory, this is a file. /theme. That's a file. And that's a file. Alright. So yeah, essentially, I just want to create another kind of shorthand so that you can access /theme without actually accessing it. You just access a directory. And the question mark, I guess, works, but I can't really think of anything better. You can technically access /theme as a directory. You can access /theme as a file. And if you want to be explicit, access /theme/ this as a file. You can't have a file in the directory with that name? Yes, that's true. For that matter, you can't have a file in a directory with this name. Or this name. How is there a redefinition of process? What the fuck are you talking about? Clang is just doing side quests, just doing whatever the fuck it wants. I have no idea what it means most of the times with these errors. It tried to compile this file. When I first put this file in here, it tried to compile it C++. So it gave me a bunch of errors that C++ would give me, but C wouldn't. And then I decided, actually, no, I'm not going to put it here. Then I actually put it here. Somehow all those errors were fixed. Cool, congratulations. You're doing amazing. Love everything that's happening here. All right. I think question mark is going to stay. I think question mark is going to be a way to explicitly address the current directory as a file. Wait, hold on. Don't hate me for this, but I like the way that Express does API, but they don't really have the same problem. Seriously, take me to your GitHub. All right. I didn't know Express routes with literally just regular expressions. That's kind of crazy. But I did know that Express uses this to indicate like arguments. And again, that's for APIs. And what I'm doing is, instead of APIs, I have files that work similar to APIs. Also similar to just how Plan 9 did them. Just kind of merging the two concepts in a way. But maybe a colon instead of a question mark? Maybe I want to use that instead, yeah. Hold on. Define directory as file with a colon. Let's do it as a colon. It's a bit hard to find this here. Damn it. I'm probably always going to use it as a string and not as a character, so that's kind of dumb. All right, there we go. So if you access the directory as a file, it takes you here. If you access the directory as a directory, it takes you as a directory. And that's it. Now, we should see it as a colon. It feels weird, still. Again, it's kind of a different concept, so of course it's gonna feel weird. There's that. Wait, one more thing I want to check real quick. When I open an actual file, say I open the console. Up there it says /console. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Sergio Fonseca followed your channel.
Okay. So we don't actually have current directory links. I can think that they're useful for running scripts inside of the current directory as opposed to scripts inside of the path, but I don't really want to have a path. So that doesn't help. What's up, Jester? Welcome to the world of the living again. If I don't know what symbol to use, to be fair, again, still. Colon feels better than question mark, for sure. And you can't have a file called, or a directory, called colon. But hey, don't mind that. Star? No, because I will probably want to use that to refer to, like you do with files like this. I like that kind of structure, so I'd rather there not be any kind of ambiguity with that. Hash. Hashtag theme. And the beautiful thing about it is I can just change this now and it should change everywhere. I like it better. I like hash better. I mean, I would use dot if that wasn't super confusing for Unix users, including myself. But in terms of reference, it's technically referring to the current directory, but it's referring to it as a file, not as a directory, so that's what makes it different. Yeah, not incredible. Kind of sucks that you can't go outside of the parent directory anymore. Like, that used to be cool. I miss the multiverse. Wait, because I kind of forgot. Another use case for this isn't just /theme. It's well, I was gonna say that the example that I always say about like compile /new, which gives you a new ID, but then you would access it as compile /new ID, where new is the command that you're giving. So no, never mind. That's not the same thing. Now, how useful will it be to be able to access something as a directory and as a file at the same time? I guess we'll see. We can have hidden files. That way, you can hide hidden messages inside of the directory. Or yeah, it can be useful. It can be useful. I'll see. Could you go back into the root after you escaped it? No. That's the sad part about it. Because the way that you go into directories is by selecting them from the list. And when you escaped, there was no list, so we can always bring that back. Maybe I can add a little feature flag to the file browser called multiverse, enable multiverse. And boom. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We can make it a boolean. Disable multiverse. Because when this is 0, then that check that I just changed is going to be 0. Which is what was wrong. When there was only one, when there was 0 or fewer directories, it would return and not go back. Which means when there was one directory, it would still go back into 0 directories. When instead I say disable multiverse true, that becomes 1, so disable multiverse is 1, which is the correct value, and it can't go back. That's stupid as fuck, but hey, it works. Cool. That's convenient. Alright. So, I want to go back to the /theme directory and see what's up with that. See if I like it. I have to say I do. And it looks better. This. /theme/pound. Is that what it's called? Pound? Pound or hash? Yeah, I think.
William Fonseca followed your channel.
Yeah, I'm okay with that symbol for the time being. And with my multiverse enabled. Now, I did say I wanted to make this system my primary one that I develop on. And so I've been working on the text editor for it. But honestly, the text editor was tiring as fuck. Because like there's so much to deal with when it comes to like just the cursor. Like 90% of the work that I put in was just in the damn cursor, which mostly works. Could this multiverse list the external drives kind of like a proxy to MT? It's really just a stupid feature. I don't think so. No. It is technically supposed to be a distributed file system. So a distributed operating system, which makes the file system also distributed. But everything should look local. And if everything looks local, and that goes for external drives as well, if everything looks local, then it should all be under the root directory. Ideally. Alright, back to what I was saying about the text editor. Right, so actually it was able to edit its own source code. And maybe the biggest issue that I have with that is that you can't select text for the time being, and so that made it a little bit difficult to actually edit text. I completely blanked there. But there we go. Thing about it is the directory in which it looks is hard-coded right now. Shared projects code bring code main.c. I could have just reverted the change in Git and it would have given me the right. Bro, I didn't build it, did I? I built the operating system, not the editor. Okay. So here's a couple issues that I'm having with it. One is relatively minor. Oh. To quit micro, you press Ctrl Q, but it apparently also works for Z, so... Whoops. Alright. Here's a... No! No! Did that not save? God damn it, I'm gonna use nano. Never mind, you know what? Zed. Open this real quick. Alright. There. That took a long time. Alright, so like text editing is a kind of a big of an issue with it. And also, well, like text selection would be nice to have. So maybe I want to add a little bit of that. Copy paste type of thing. Functionality to it. It also has a lot of input lag, which is kind of interesting, but... It is polling input, so I guess that's not amazing. Right, in terms of typing... Let me see if it did what it was supposed to do. No, what the fuck was that? What just happened? We were doing so good. Come on, man. This was supposed to be here, not indented 4 times. And... it deleted this for some reason. Second human error. Well, I made the entire thing, so I can't really blame anyone but myself. Text editing is surprisingly complicated, it turns out. But not like fonts that are stupidly complicated. This is just complicated because there's a lot. There's a lot to consider. What's your opinion on this new law for US ID verification? It's stupid as fuck. God damn. The worst part is it's not just US. Also, Brazil is doing it for operating systems, which is the dumbest ones, by the way. And like the UK has it for like half the internet. I think Spain and Canada have already announced that they're gonna ban social media for under 16, so with proper verification methods. So that's not great. I guess Pedrito can't win them all. Perro Sanchez can't win them all. What am I making right now? Nothing. I've been working a little bit on my file system. It just introduced something really stupid / smart where you can access something as both a folder and a file. Yeah. So that should be fun. You need a license to use Claude Code. Oh, that would probably fix a lot of issues. Oh, from what I heard, it's Meta lobbying for age verification laws. And they've low-key always been super interested in that shit to a suspicious amount. I remember when like they started enforcing that you have to use your real name on Facebook. But like not with ID. But I'm old enough to remember when Meta has always been pushing for shit like this, and it's always been kind of weird. All right, I was talking about features that I want to add to my code editor. Yeah, so like text editing. Apparently I need to say fix saving because it didn't do it properly. I don't know what happened there. Let me try again. That was really weird. Alright, if I save the file as it is, it does nothing. Now I'm scrolling and it's also not scrolling. Not entirely sure what that's about. You're supposed to auto scroll. See, it's auto scrolling in the opposite direction, so I definitely need to give scroll. It's scrolling in the opposite direction. That's so stupid. I need to give it a little bit of a bug fixing pass when it comes to scrolling, especially. That worked. That also worked. That tab is breaking it. How old am I? Based on what I said, 56, apparently. That is interesting. Tab is what's breaking this thing. Like text editing and saving usually works fine, but when I put tab in, it kind of worked. I don't know. Yeah, the scroll is crazy. The scrolling is crazy on this thing. I kind of want to fix it. And usually, my philosophy for writing software, which has worked in the following ways. Thank you. Is that if something keeps breaking, you probably need to redo it, not just keep fixing it. Like if I find a bug in the same system over and over and over again, that system's probably poorly designed. And if I redesign it again, or at the very least just like reconsider the way that I designed it. Maybe I don't change most of its code, but I just go through it and I'm just go like, okay, when I do this, okay, this doesn't make any sense. Why did I do this? Remove that. Usually it comes out a lot more stable. So either refactor it entirely or redo it entirely usually works well. Microsoft or Apple can add verification. Linux. Yeah, Linux has it like through admin. I feel like systemd added it, and people are freaking out over it because, oh my god, like they just have to do it. So I feel like Linux users have just found I don't know, freaked out about systemd for reasons that I don't care to understand, and this just gave them another reason to complain. But like, they're not just adding age verification through ID in the first place, and they're not just adding it because they feel like it. It's so that, you know, everyone who publishes a distro doesn't get hit with like multi-million-dollar fines. That's mainly the reason. But oh well. Again, thanks, Marky Zuck, for that one. Oh yeah, I was talking earlier about patents and how there's a patent on page up and page down. Patent on page up, page down expires on the 6th of June, 2026. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Even if the EU doesn't add that in a law, sadly, we've gotten to the point where it's already there. Like if operating systems, if Brazil adds it to operating systems, that means Microsoft is going to add it to all users. Apple is going to add it to all users, and Linux is going to add it to all users. Even if Microsoft and Apple are like, hey, let's make it regional, Linux is not going to do that. But also, Microsoft and Apple are not going to do that. Even Elon Musk, who's a really stupid man, when the UK introduced its own age verification laws, Elon decided that they were applied to the entirety of the EU, which means that now we can't see anything marked explicit on Twitter without giving our ID. Notice how I didn't say we can't see corn, because we very much can. We're bombarded by it. If you're on Twitter, you will run into it more than you will run into normal content. You're more likely to see explicit content than you are to see someone with a brain on Twitter. But spoilers, those you don't get to see, because people use explicit tags to mark their content as spoilers. So, yeah, that's a very smart thing. I used to use it a lot, then he bought it, then I stopped using it. Now I'm using it mostly because I want to see the crash outs that will happen when AI starts going down. So far it's been amazing, so it's going to be so much better. Now as for macOS, I still want to know why or how exactly I am making this an unsaved file, by the way. As for macOS, if you'll kindly regard down here, it's not an operating system. So, we're good. In my first ever YouTube video, I called it an operative system, because I don't speak this godforsaken language called English. And unfortunately, because I don't speak this godforsaken language called English, I made the mistake of accidentally calling it an operating system, which is apparently a thing. Apparently Linux. Well, no, Linux isn't. But like macOS is an operating system. Never heard of the term before. But anyway, mine is an operative system. Completely different. Entirely different situation. Wouldn't know anything about an operating system. Never heard of them before. No, okay, I have. But again, there's a precedent. There's a precedence. If you look on YouTube, my first video, I refer to it as an operative system. And then after that, again, English is my third language, so I'm sorry. I accidentally started calling it an operating system, but really what I meant is operative system the entire time. That's what I meant. And if I ever call it an operating system, such as in the title of these streams, my bad. Didn't mean to. Mistake. Mistakes happen. Whoopsie. Oh no. But yeah, if you look at here, it's an operative system. There you go. That simple. It's the stupidest fucking law. Let's face it. And again, we have Marky Mark to thank for that. It operates. It does operate. It's even somewhat of a system. Now, if I have to translate it in Spanish, that's gonna be a problem. Because what the fuck do I call it then? But it's English only. So, we're good. It's an operative system. It's a new kind of thing. I invented it. Spasiba sistema. Doesn't that mean like thank you? Or something like that in Russia? I've heard that word before. That's all I know about it. It means thank you in Bulgarian. Also pretty sure it's Russian. Yes. It works, that's all we need to know. Oh no, this doesn't crash the system anymore. Never mind. But it does work, kind of. As it kind of works. Actually, how do you say operating system in Russian now? Операционная система. Wait, no, I clicked on the wrong button. Oh, wait.
Операционная система.
Operazione? What? How does...
Операционная система.
Wait, is the first letter an O? Because it sounds like an A.
Операционная система.
Hey, what about Bulgarian? Is that any easier?
Операционна система.
Fuck off.
Betriebssystem.
Betrieb? I'm terrified of German, I'm not gonna lie. I have a substantial amount of people from Germany watching, I'm sorry, but I'm terrified of your language.
Sistema operativo.
I feel like the Russian voice sounded a lot more... What language is this? Oh, it doesn't have a voice. Like the German, Russian, and Bulgarian voices were a lot more realistic. The Spanish one just doesn't want to be here. She's like, Sistema operativo. Yeah, that's what you call it. Any other questions?
Sistema operativo.
Like, she doesn't want to be here. What about the Italian?
Sistema operativo.
See, he wants to be here. He wants to be here. She just does not. Stress on vowels changes the pronunciations of letters like O in Russian. Interesting. Let me look at the... How am I randomly selecting things when I don't even have my finger on the... Hold on. Is a key like stuck or something? What's happening?
Операционная система.
How do you know when the vowel is stressed? Do you ask her? If you see her smoking a cigarette, you can assume that she's stressed? Like, how do you know? I would have expected like an accent or something. You don't know, it just is. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Alright. That's, that's helpful. It's just randomly selecting languages, by the way. I'm not doing this. Okay, I don't even have my finger on the... I do... You needed to scroll, but like... Wait. Okay, I think I understand. No, how is that happening? Alright, it's like selecting them when I exit the screen. But there's something else happening because when I exit the screen, it's totally fine. Oh, there you go. It selected one.
Операційна система.
This is operatina. Slightly different. Is it just like timing out or something? Like, it's so weird. Did you try any other OS like Haiku or Temple OS? Yes, I have Temple OS installed, and Plan 9. One of those has been more of an inspiration than the other, but they both have been.
Λειτουργικό σύστημα.
Liturgico? Okay. That works for me. We're just learning new languages with Google's new bug of the week. Love when Google has a bug of the week. Fucking incredible company doing incredible things over there. They're also responsible for transformers. So we can blame AI on them. And the worst part is they have like the shittiest one out there. Well, Haiku I haven't tried actually. Probably should have been a little bit more specific. Wait, where's the wise Japanese man that I saw in the illustrations? Him. Sir? Do you have an operating system? Yeah, Haiku I have not... This is their website? Okay. I have to say I never liked websites that are like this, so text-based. Just modern websites are a little bit, you know. Wait. I don't think I've ever been on this website. It's horrifying. Yeah. And the only social link is to X. Wait, is this not official? That is not an official link. This is. And it very much looks like it. But that was not an official link. That's interesting. Linux.com does not actually belong to the Linux Foundation. Also, I found out that you can like pretty much get an email address if you donate enough money to them. Alright. Moving on. This website is still horrifying. Modern websites are horrifying too, but like that one was just ugly. This one's just, yeah. You have a slideshow though. You should probably put this in the front page of your website. I have to say the main reason I've never tried it is I never found it particularly good looking. It doesn't have pretty privilege in my eyes. Maybe I should. Might as well. I have some time. Is one of these the this is the download button? Okay, yeah, that's absolutely horrifying. Let's get it from Sweden, 64-bit. All right. I have a few systems installed. Should probably delete most of these. I don't even want to use them. Oh wait, this one I need. Anyone care to venture a guess to what hell might be? What operating system is installed on there? Ah, wait, there's an ad on Twitch. Alright, non-detected. That's sad. You don't have it? You do have it! So you just didn't detect it. Okay. Can you not detect it? Nope. Haiku. Which one do I go for? I'm just gonna go with nightly, whatever. Yep. Let's give it more. 20 gigs. Just haiku. And finish. Alright, before I continue though. No, hold on. I'll get to it later. Favorite Linux distro? None. I just don't like Linux. I'm forced to use it. Because I hate Windows even more. Let's go with install, continue. No partitions have been found. Alright. You're not supposed to use a partition. Alright, I guess. This one. Couldn't you just do this for me? Alright, that's it, right? Feel like you could have done that for me. How's this operating system different from others? I'm assuming you mean mine and not Haiku, in which case, it's worse. No, I'm just doing it for fun. Alright, we're here. I like that booting animation. Very, visual. If you've been watching for more than 2 minutes, you know I like visual. SSH keys are taking forever. Alright, I did have a question before, which is... Alright, first off, I asked this question when most of Twitch was watching an ad, so I'm gonna ask it again. What operating system do you think is on this virtual machine called hell? That is question number 1. And question number 2 for the virtual machine called hell is how much... how many resources are allocated for it? Hellbuntu? It's not Hellbuntu. It's Windows. Yes. How do I edit the virtual machine? I feel like I used to be able to. What? View? No. File? No. Oh, it's in info. My bad. It is Windows, yes. I gave it 8 CPUs. And I gave it 12 megabytes of RAM. I mean, 12 gigs of RAM. Hey Kai, it's been a while. So you have more RAM than any other operating system that I have run here in the virtual machine. And more CPUs than I have ever run on any other machine. So can anyone explain why the fuck? There's an answer. We all know the answer. But why the fuck it's this slow? It has so many more resources than any other system. It has nearly as many as my entire computer. I gave it... That leaves me with like 3 gigs of memory free for my own computer and 4 cores of CPU that aren't being used by Windows. And yet, this is the speed with which we're dealing. Granted, I slot maxed. I got the most bloated possible version I could, but it genuinely cannot be this bad. I refuse to believe it's this bad. That you cannot tell me that this is how it works. It's actually faster now. Is it because that opened kind of quickly? Then again, I remember when I used to use it on the entire machine, installed natively, and it was really shitty. Faster because I'm on the stream. I mean, my intention was to get the worst version possible. I mean, by the time that this shit loads, these games have already finished, but whatever. Oh wow, 7 medications that don't mix well with coffee? Wow. Also, who wants this here? Locked and loaded, breaking news. Why would you put that as default? On the bottom left of my computer, I have like US does stupid shit. More news at 11. Like we knew. Oh no, it just leaked my email. Oh no, my email. Now everyone is seeing my email. No. No, my email. It's leaking my email. All right, I'm done. Tip of the day. If you're Israel, you can get away with literally anything. Like, why would you put breaking news on the fucking start menu and on the little taskbar? Don't fucking do that. What is bbook? Because it looks like a browser. This is a browser, right? Because the file extension means that I can... That's interesting. Wait, you actually cannot select file text here. Can you do HTTPS? I think so, because they did SSH, so it would be weird if they didn't do... Yep. Why is it called web positive? Positive for what? I'm a bit scared. I should have tried to make money. Yeah. By the way, they actually went through with their promise that I showed on stream a few days ago. That is to say, they removed Copilot from the screenshot tool. Keep going, Microsoft. You're doing amazing. Oh shit. Ah. Does this count as a motorcycle? I guess. Are you serious? How many of these do you want me to do? Are you fucking serious? The people that brought AI onto us are not sure that I'm a fucking human. Come on, man. Are they releasing a new car? Is this why it's taking so... I was about to call it the sniping tool. That's not what they removed it from. Copilot. Oh my fucking god, I hate the internet. From Windows 11, starting with Notepad sniping tool, but not entirely. Not sniping tool. See, it's gone. They did it. I can no longer take AI enhanced screenshots. God fucking damn it. Also, the Bing usage charts just went like this. Wait, no, hold on. Now it did. Now that I actually closed it. They changed the icon and the name. Oh! B-Book, come back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait, did I get the update? Hell is still running. Satan. Wait, hold on. I should actually get an update, right? About a year from now. My real name too. No. Stop leaking that. Are you actually getting them? Yeah, it is. Alright, gotta update your Windows, everybody. Alright, poor Haiku. Sorry, I put you on the... I put the spotlight on a worse operating system. Alright. Home folder starts with config, desktop, and mail. So is there something on desktop? Interesting. These icons are so weird. I don't know. So it seems like a very visual OS, but then you have these icons. They're kind of very weird. 2022H2. Why is that their version number? Why is it like that? And mail. What do we got? Interesting that I have a mail. By the way, I can officially refactor my mail little service that I made with the new changes that I made today. Alright, give me a quick tour. How quick? I just have to read all this. So quick. The Twitcher. Isn't that me? Control tab summons the Twitcher, where you can switch between running applications. Why would you call it a Twitcher? Also, it does not. Wait. Nope, it does not. Well, I only have one open application, so maybe that's why. I don't know, open this. Okay, yeah. Oh, holding it opens it. Hey, that's nice, that's cute. Alright, my bad, Haiku. And trust you. Two. Wi-Fi, don't care. Installing new software. Do you have a Haiku Depot? Alright, let me see what that looks like. Where do I even find all my applications? How is there no launcher? Can run some Linux apps? Not surprising. I'm assuming it's Unix compliant. POSIX compliant, I mean. I don't like this at all. It's like, how do I launch it? Am I supposed to just go to this? That cannot be it, right? Would it be acceptable to send anonymous usage data? Alright, let's see what they got. Can I maximize it? Kind of. Alright, so this always stays there. I have to say, it feels very UI focused, but also not that much. I don't know. Let's see, we have army knife. Go to that feather. What feather? Oh, okay. Alright, that's better than how I did it. How the fuck did I even do it, actually, come to think of it? Hold on. I'll close it and... I clicked on... How the fuck did I do that? Oh, here. So I'm navigating from the desktop, essentially. That's not great. The feather... Applications. Okay, that's a little bit better. Bye, Windows. Didn't even say goodbye, I just left. No, okay, we're good. Alright. Alright, here we go. We're still installing, by the way. It's still downloading shit. Okay. I kind of want to see what they got going on. Fair amount of apps. Simple offline documentation browser inspired by Dash. Interesting that you don't have that. Sure, let's install it. Browser for GNOME. Help browser for GNOME. Native editor for vector and bitmap graphics. Hey! I actually kind of want to look into these a little bit. Fonts and all. So, let's install that. A turn-based tactical... Turn-based tactical strategy game with a high fantasy theme. A Firefox fork with privacy, usability, and speed enhancements. So they have Firefox. Interesting. Is this also available for non-Firefox, by the way? I mean, for non-Haiku. I'm assuming so. VLC is available on it. Tux Paint. Drawing program designed for young children. Alright. Latex made comfortable. You know, I still don't know what the fuck latex is. Let's find out. I'm just using it as an excuse to use random things. Can it really be used as a main OS? I wouldn't have thought. Math render. Yeah, I kind of knew that, but I'm not really sure how it works. So, 3D photorealistic skies in real time. Native spreadsheet application. Does it have Copilot on it? By the way, the incredible amount of tax fraud we're about to get with Copilot in Excel. Beautiful. Document viewer, multi-platform web browser, IDE for Java. Hell yeah! Media editor. Nice. Music production software. Alright, let me see what's up with that. Wait, no, I've heard of it. It's actually, yeah, I've seen it. It's checking for updates. We're literally installing them as we speak. What are you going on about? LibreWolf. Wait, LibreWolf is... I didn't even know what that was, to be honest. Because you call it Wolf, I don't think LibreFox would have been a better name, maybe? I don't know. La Crita. I think I've used that. Crystal. Coder. Jessica is Ice the Inkscape I've used. Ice Weasel. Another Firefox port. Email client forked from Thunderbird. Spreadsheet. Small business. Double entry accounting application. GIMP. Shinio. Florp. What a name. Falcon. Florp is not vibecoded, is it? I feel like vaguely remember that icon. Chocolate Doom? What makes it chocolate? bpotter, media aggregator, bpdf, beezer, WinZip, paint and imaging software, full-featured email client, advanced audio player, native painting and image program, and all-in-one metadata. Okay. Alright, so I literally explored all their applications. I'm assuming I've installed a few. Zeal was one of them. Text Studio. LMMS, but I don't want to check that out. Oh, you didn't install dependencies. Oh, you didn't install the latest version. Yeah, why did I install the documentation viewer and why is it so much slower?